It's terrible. It's terrible. It's like the worst thing.
All right, ladies, if y'all asked and y'all shall
Yeah, we
receive.
shall receive.
Just a general rule.
I'll say, you can throw a pie in my face.
Pie in the face.
Yeah, we're gonna throw a pie in your face.
Oh, I gotta get my ticket
Oh,
from
that's
you.
yours. That's no.
I want to call the meeting to order. Roll call.
United Way.
Mayor Bennett,
I'm trying to raise.
Here.
I'm trying to raise.
Vice Mayor Pardon,
Here.
Eye contact.
Council Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Gore, Councilor Denton, and Councilor Pelham.
Okay, we have a quorum. At this time, I would ask you guys to go ahead and call your roll if you need.
Chairman Reynolds. Vice Chairman Jenkins. Commissioner Butterworth.
Here.
And Commissioner Roman.
Here.
Everybody's here.
Thank you. The meeting was called by myself. And what the joint meeting was for is to go over, hey, what the expectation is of council. So when we get, you guys have your conditional use permit request, that they know up front. You know? The other thing is, because we are a council and we create policy, we are going to look at that and see where there are weaknesses or strengths and where we can, bridge that gap. Okay, at this time, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Ward.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, interim city manager, and our commissioners from Planning Commission. We also have in attendance this evening the building official, Mr. Todd Hawks, in case any questions about construction come up. He offered to be here to answer those questions for you all. So thanks again for calling this meeting. I think it's quite timely. One, with me being new in the position, it's good for me to understand where you all are, what you all are thinking about these conditional use permits. And that speaks to me in some ways just generally about housing in Hopewell. So I'm going to take this as a learning experience tonight for me and how we proceed with housing policies in general. The agenda was is primarily focused around the conditional use permit, but I did have a few more administrative questions for you all. And these questions apply to the Planning Commission members as well. They're kind of selfish questions. They're like I said, administrative. And I've got the agenda pretty much set up here in a PowerPoint presentation as well. But I just want to make sure that the staff reports that I'm providing to you all are sufficient and that they contain the information that you want and the information that you need to make an informed decision. You may have noticed over the last few months, they have looked a little different from one to the next, because I'm trying out different ways of setting these things up. So I didn't know, or at least I wanted to give you the opportunity tonight to let me know if there were pieces of information that are not being consistently included in these reports and you would like to see that information, or if there's extraneous information provided in these reports that make them too wordy and you want them shorter. I mean, I'm open to any suggestions, and tonight's a good night to provide that. Just going forward, I've already made the decision myself that I'm going to include the meeting history of the particular application, so that would mean any regular meetings, work sessions, public hearings. I'm going to include a special section about how the public was notified of the application. I've started to include some summary of comments from work sessions, and I hope you find that useful. I find it useful just for myself. And then lastly, do you all like for me to come up with what a proposed resolution should be? In some ways, I feel like that's almost telling you the way to vote, even though
It's not, I don't think that would be a bad thing if you worked with the attorney, only because there's different layers. Me and you talked about this earlier today. When we create a resolution, we don't want to take away from something else, right?
Right.
It should be something supplemental and not, okay, we're off the wall. This is something that you really can't do. So working with the attorney, that would be
Okay.
great if you took our concerns.
Thank you. Did anybody else, either on city council or planning commission, have any suggestions?
Max, what are you saying, not to give the recommendation?
No. So we're gonna go through these items here. When we come down to proposed resolution, Mr. Ward asked if we would like him to create,
Right, and what was your answer?
to work with the city attorney.
Okay. Oh, I would say too, is that, what was the recommendation? You know, find out, y'all look up trends and all that kind of stuff before you make the recommendation, correct?
Yes, ma'am,
And check with other jurisdictions, see what has worked and what hasn't.
on certain
To
things.
involve
Mhm.
too. And that's how you come up with your recommendation, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's great.
What are you doing? Sit right here.
I play musical chairs.
Gotcha.
I'm good. But anyway, okay, I like the recommendation, just so we might not always agree with it. Just don't take it personal like sometimes people do. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? So
Yes, so I will continue to put in there a proposed resolution there. It'll be the last thing in the staff, in each staff
Are
report.
we? digging
Counselor
in?
Randolph?
Thank you. I do too. I like that you give the proposed recommendation because to me, your office and the planning commission are more on top of what the rules and regulations are than we may be. And I think it's, for me, it's when we start adding to that or not taking the recommendation that the attorney needs to step in and make sure that what we're possibly adding or not adding is legal, because that's where we get ourselves in trouble. So for me, I'm fine with the recommendations you've been doing.
Yeah, but I'm gonna assume that what he give us will be legal,
Oh, yes.
ethical, and more, you know, and all that good stuff. But there are times too that you may have done reading and you may have had a conference or something that you've gone to, so that you may have learned something as well. That's why I tell people, don't take it personal when we don't agree with what you recommend, because we also have been exposed to other people and know people from other jurisdictions as well, so it's okay to agree to disagree.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farah?
Also, I have a recommendation.
Can you just talk in that mic, ma'am?
Can you, yes, please.
I have a recommendation whenever Mr. Ward whenever he does do his recommendation, to make sure it is not basically based off of trends, but based off the comprehensive plan, to make sure that we're steering the city how we're supposed to. So I'm not too interested in trends. I'm interested in making sure we're following this to the T.
Okay, well, on that note, that we have wait, can I say
Can't go.
something?
Okay.
So with that comprehensive plan that is being under review again, because it is dated, and we need to make sure we keep up with the trends. So when we look at this comprehensive plan, it was made in 2010? 2018. However, there are some things that have changed, right?
Always.
So what we need to do is, we can follow that comprehensive plan, but it is our duty to continue to say, hey, look, this doesn't look the same, this is not gonna work. We need to start moving towards this. Mr.,
Chairman Reynolds.
you are the president, Mr. Reynolds.
Chair.
Chair, excuse me.
It's my understanding by law, you must follow the comprehensive plan or change it.
Correct. So, with that being said, we still have to, when we're following it, and you see something that, hey, look, this is a little dated, we need to bring that back to the table and say, look, let's try to come to some agreement. We are seeing different trends where things are progressing in a different way. That's how we work together. Just because it says it in the book and you know what, this doesn't really make sense. We have to have the open communication because things constantly change, change is constant. So even with that being said, if you're following the comprehensive plan, we all need to understand, okay, you did say in the comprehensive plan with the conditional use permit, does it fit the goals of the comprehensive plan now? All right, now council understands that we do not like things that are being brought to us. So we want to make changes. We want communities to stay looking like communities. If they're all brick, we want them to be all brick, right? And that's what the people want. If there's homes that are 1,800 to 2,000 square feet, we're not going to have somebody come in and do 1,300 square feet. So we can say that this is the comprehensive plan and we do have to follow it, but it is our responsibility to continue to check into it, right? And say, this is working, this is not working, and have that conversation because, again, change is constant. Mr. Ward?
Yes, were there any other requests for information in staff report? If not, we'll move on. This number 2, work session requirements. This is when my predecessor left and she was prepping me to take over as interim director. One of the first things she told me was everything you take to council, you need to take to work session first. I just wanted to make sure that that's a policy that still remains in place. I don't want to be overloading your agenda with unnecessary work session items if you don't need to have them work sessioned. But if the policy remains, you still want all these applications brought to you at work session first, we'll just obviously just continue that. But I wanted to put that out there in case there were particular ones, like the one I was thinking of possibly would be right-of-way vacation. Do you still want a work session, that one in particular? So moving on to number 3, I just wanted to give you or let you know that I had a conversation with Councilor Pelham, this was a number of weeks ago, about our fee schedule for our planning applications and how I don't think that we've had a good look at that fee schedule in quite some time. So myself and staff have been putting together a comparison table of our fees compared to other localities in the region. It's not quite finished, but I did just want to give you a heads up that I will be bringing that to you in the near future, and then you all can decide what you'd like to do with it, if anything.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, so we'll move on to work session item number 2, conditional use permits, which is the primary reason we were meeting tonight. I believe the mayor had requested this meeting because through the course of these conditional use permits that I've been bringing to you over the summer, and we've had quite a few, there seems to be somewhat of a theme in terms of the conditions, and it seemed to make sense to, I guess, establish those conditions on the front end so that I can inform applicants when they apply that you need to meet these conditions, these preset conditions, and if you don't, your application, first of all, probably won't even make it to the review process, but if it does, it'll be denied. So I think it's this meeting is quite timely, and I just wanted to open it up and have this discussion about what mandated conditions you would like to see put in place on the front end.
Well, of course, we think you should add what we always add in our meetings. We're redundant in the sense that Councilor Parton always wants something, what you call those things?
Overhang?
Overhang. Is that any reason we can't add that as a precondition?
You can pretty much, the ordinance allows you to set pretty much any condition that you want as it relates to that particular property.
And what else? Well, I think we should add that. Unless they can justify why we shouldn't do it.
What did you want to add?
Overhangs, so I think it's old fashioned now. What is the trend now for overhang?
According to our building official who does build houses, it's quite, it's pretty common, and it's more for aesthetics, right?
It's aesthetics.
It doesn't help with the drainage from
There's
your,
already provisions built into the code that pertain to drainage, that were not in place back during the 30s. So, I don't think that that's a condition that we should do for the code. It should be done for aesthetics, if that's something that y'all like.
So remember, this would be for conditional use permit. building houses on non-conforming lots. So this specific section of the ordinance I found quite interesting that talks about conditional use permits. It says,
Mr. Ward, I don't know if the question is for now, but I do have Counselor Randolph and Vice Mayor.
Yes, ma'am,
Yeah,
it
go ahead.
is. In my opinion, I thought Mr. Parton was using that provision or asking for that provision for drainage purposes. And are you surprised that it's being said that it's not really something that's helping with drainage? Because we have something else? I mean,
No, I mean, it's just a difference in professional opinion. And we've had this discussion before many a times, and my father's a builder, and many of his friends are builders, and they always use overhang because it's something extra that you have on there. Anytime that you can keep water from a foundation.
I got that, I understand, but I
you're-
guess what I was trying to understand was, is your reason aesthetics or
it's,
drainage?
Well, one, it's aesthetics is a secondary.
Right,
My primary is for the drainage piece. Just like, when I always ask for a tree canopy.
right. I understand your stormwater and why you're doing it, and I'm not disagreeing with that, but we're asking for 12 inches or more on an overhang with almost everybody we're doing. And is that something that's normally asked for by other localities? I'm for it if it's for true drainage issues, but if we're just doing it for aesthetic purposes, then I don't want to put extra burden on, whether it's some overhang, yes, but not necessarily 12 inches if it's not in meeting with the cause. And I understand that builders are all going to have, but maybe that's something that the planning commission could look at more for us. Because I'm not a builder, and I certainly don't anticipate being one, but I don't want us to be asking if it's not for the purposes of drainage and just aesthetics. I think that kind of gets into a different animal, and I'm not sure whether it does.
Okay, and then after Vice Mayor Parton, and then Counselor Pelham, excuse me.
Yeah, so at least, the things that I, always look for and I would like to see is, something that's, raising the standard for the neighborhood that it's going in. Because if you're coming to the city and you're asking for a special, conditional use permit, something that is the exception to our policy, it should be something of quality. And the aesthetics are nice, but, I've always done a range between 8 and 12 inches. Depending on, what the size is, so then that way it's, not as costly if it's just 8 or 10 or 12. It's just somewhere in that range to help with drainage and to, secondarily, help out with aesthetics. But some of the other things that I would, like to see as mandated conditions for conditional use permits would be that, we make sure that the house, has that, brick foundation around the houses, and that we include a 20% tree canopy, and that we also have driveways being put in, so that way, because our streets are primarily undersized, because when the city was built, most families only had one car, 2 at most. So if we can get some of those cars off the street and in a driveway, it ends up helping, I think, with public safety as well.
Paved, or did you want to specify a driveway material, or
Well,
just driveway in general?
Well, just to me, it's a driveway in general. If you're, not to try to use an example from Colonial Williamsburg, but they're not going to have no asphalt driveway down there. They're going to have, something, that's fitting into the neighborhood, the historical, sort of, pea gravel driveway or something along those lines. So, probably majority of our neighborhoods, they'd probably be asphalt or concrete, but, probably for like a historical neighborhood, or, if we have a neighborhood that, primarily has, gravel driveways, I'm fine with a gravel driveway.
So more of what's typical for the neighborhood itself
Yeah.
is what you would be fine. Okay.
Right. And then,
That's already built into the article anyway, isn't it? If I may, Article 21 that you have.
The driveways?
Yeah, yeah, I mean, if you
What
look at
does
the
it say?
elements, and that may be something you wanna touch on also when you're helping the applicants, if they meet all the elements of 21. But like, if you look at element 5, it talks about, the alignment of that with the existing area. I know you'll probably broach that as well.
If he knows what the section is, can you read it?
So you.
oh, I don't know what it
I'm
is.
saying.
Okay.
Oh.
just-
I can't see.
So next is, excuse me? Oh, Counselor Gore and then Ms. Pelham.
I was just trying to say the point that was raised, if he knows the section, instead of having Chris flip around, can he just read it?
Are you referring to one of the 7 criteria questions? Yeah, so it does not specifically mention driveways.
Well, it does specifically mention the character, that you don't contradict the existing character.
Correct, and
I thought that was what Mr.
Yeah.
Parton was sort of, because I know part of this is also
That's
you're
implied, though.
you're trying to help the applicant meet the process.
on the front end
Yeah.
is what I would prefer to do.
Mhm.
Yeah, so,
Right. Which is kind of the point of tonight, so that we can inform them
yeah.
at the time of application what the expectations are, instead of getting them through this process. And at the end of it, the expectations are something completely different than what they started with.
Exactly. And I think, if I may say, Councilor Parton had a good idea that if you look at 21, it's pretty vague, but if you help them with like specifics, he was talking about gravel and how it meets the existing character, it possibly could help the applicants, which we want to do the best job we can for the citizens. Sometimes they come unprepared in their application and do not meet the article, all elements of 21.
Because it's not as specific. So I think that we should drill down into what Vice Mayor Parton is saying by mentioning that. So I think it can be added.
But you also need to remember, there's some stipulation where you can't put a
I
driveway
was just about
in
to say.
on your work.
So,
I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying, I
You're
agree.
getting into the weeds with that.
No, I was gonna say, do I still have the floor? I just wanna make sure.
No.
Yeah, you can
No.
go ahead. I mean, I got 2 more things I wanted to say, but you can go ahead.
You got the floor.
Okay, so like,
Don't let him interrupt.
so I would say, one point about the driveway, I'm against that, because there was a whole effort about reducing the amount of pavement that we have in the city. We had this whole conversation about gravel kind of driveways back when Ms. Griffin was here. So this is counter to all the work that was done with driveways. The other part I would say.
Runoff, right? Runoff. Runoff is what you're referring to?
No, I'm referring to driveways.
Or
In the
impervious,
conversation, yeah,
impervious
Yeah, runoff
surfaces.
is what I was thinking, okay.
Because we had a whole conversation about driveways with that whole thing. There was a whole big deal about finished, unfinished, what we're gonna do. In particular, Ms. Pelham's ward, we were talking about how most of those community houses over there didn't have driveways. And that kind of came into the whole inoperable vehicle conversation. It was a whole to-do. And so I personally am not interested in going back down that road because of the different elements that we covered. Me personally, when it comes to this, I think 2 things have to be remembered. One, we don't want to be so specific that it deters people from wanting to apply. And then also hard to meet the expectations, but then also take up staff's time to where they're now like a designer and a personal assistant to applicants trying to help them meet these criterias versus them just simply doing their jobs. I think also it's also the burden of the applicant. They're the ones that want to come here, and simply council does not want to approve their application, then we don't approve it. If we say remarks in regards to what we would like to see, they can always come back to the drawing board. So I also think that what we like today is not going to be like tomorrow, and that there's more pressing things in terms of code that we need to revise. In terms of our ordinances that staff has been talking about for quite some time, bigger issues in regards to code that I think that we should focus our efforts and energy on if we're going to do like a 1-by-1 thing with this. So not that I don't think that stuff has to be addressed, but I think it's more so personal opinions on what applicants are or applying for versus there needing to be a systematic change to how we do the process. That's just my personal opinion.
That's too much.
Ms. Pelham?
That's just too much. Did y'all get all of that?
We got it all.
You did,
How did you get it?
We got you.
No, I was just making a comment. Basically, it is a touchy area, but when driveways are in half of your house yard is a driveway, sometimes you can't put a driveway in houses that you build. Street parking is the only thing that's gonna be feasible if we keep the front yard as an entity. So I don't know how you get around that.
Well-
We've already gotten around it, we say we can't do it, I guess.
Well, you could not set it as a, let's call it a primary condition, and you could deal with it on a case-by-case basis.
Right.
Which is, how each of these end up being ultimately. And if you find that a driveway is appropriate and the material, whatever material you decide on is appropriate, then you can set that condition at that time. Tonight, the point was to try to kind of get these ones that are gonna be the same every time. I was hoping to get a sense of what you all would consider as an appropriate sized house for a neighborhood. That's one thing I do struggle with. What is considered an appropriate size? Does it have to be the biggest house on the block? It can't be the smallest house on the block. I think if we set something like, if the proposed structure is at least the average square footage of what's in the study area, or something like that would be very helpful to me and to the applicant.
Well,
I
it
think
should
if
be
we could-
less than, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Not less.
Nothing
Okay.
less
See,
than.
I think the same
that's
thing with the bedrooms.
that's
always-
guidance that's good to have for me.
Is everybody agree with that? I mean, less than is no way. I mean, the houses are already small in a lot of the places. In Hopewell, and just to get it smaller doesn't do anything for the community, for that neighborhood. Should be an upgrade, not a downgrade.
So
Yeah.
you think greater than the average?
Yes.
Yes. I
Okay,
agree.
I think you all agree on that one.
Yeah, that was
Yes.
actually one of my bullet points on here was the size of the house should at least be the average of what's in the neighborhood, if not more.
Okay. That's good to know.
Yep.
And preferably 3-bed, 2-bath. Just gonna throw that out
And
there.
preferably, like she said, a larger bedroom.
Yeah.
No, I
Because
said the bedroom.
I don't know how people sleep in some of these places that I've seen bedrooms. You can't put a twin bed in there, more or less a dresser with the twin bed. Do you have any comment, Mr. Contractor? The standards have gone down.
Yeah, what is it?
Did you have something to say, Mr. Butterworth?
No, she answered. I just wanted to be specific, and thank you, Councilwoman. She would.
Okay.
Thank
What, who, think what?
He was thanking you
He
for your
just said
comment.
thank you.
You answered my question.
Oh, I did, okay.
Yeah.
I found the section of the ordinance I wanted to read. It says, no inherent right exists to receive a conditional use permit. Such permits are a special privilege granted by the city council under a specific set of circumstances and conditions, and each application and situation is unique. So that kind of sets the tone for, the applicant is asking for special permission to build on a lot. So setting conditions is well within the purview of city council. So I should have read that at the beginning.
Well, I do agree with that. Because if I wanted to move here, I'm out of town, I don't want to say, okay, all my house has to look exactly like this, right? There's a criteria, there's certain styles, architecture that don't allow that overhang, maybe, I don't know. I'm not a contractor, but I'm just saying,
Like a hipped roof,
carpenter.
I think you would struggle to have overhang on a hipped roof. It would
So-
look like a hat sitting on a house.
Yeah, we don't
So,
do that.
not every architectural style is conducive
Conducive.
to
Yes.
every architectural element, so
Yes,
Amen.
thank you for that.
that's correct.
And the other thing is I have seen different style homes. Now we're seeing more modern homes mixed in with, traditional colonial style homes from the 1920s and now. And having that option is great because you're not just looking at cookie cutter, right? So I don't want to get too much in the weeds on what their home should look like. Buyers should be able to choose what fits them. Counselor Gore?
So, Mr. Ward, can you just go with me with this? We talked about square footage, you're on bedrooms. Can you just do the ones that's on here? Bedrooms, you need guidance on generally what we like with bedrooms?
At least
Yeah,
three.
yeah.
I think at least.
Yeah, setting that the proposed structure needs to be greater than the average square footage, that's a huge help to me,
Okay.
and I think an applicant as well. If you want to set the number of bedrooms and
No, I'm not trying to say number of bedrooms. What I'm saying is probably the size, because that's always something, whenever we come, as a size request, we always quabble over that. I think maybe get guidance on the size of bedrooms. Bathrooms, I never really heard us talk about bathrooms since I've been on council. Materials,
that materials is referring to exterior,
Right.
basically the front of the structure, facing the public right of way. Are we going to set as a condition whether it's brick, whether it's hardy plank, whether it's not vinyl? Those are, again, we run into the issue of not every architectural style is conducive to every material. So for example, something like a bungalow style house would look a little unusual maybe in brick as opposed to say hardy plank or a composite wood siding.
I think when you guys bring those things to us, we see the renderings and you talk about it, it's always when we have those conversations. All I'm trying to do, if you're catching my hint, is just say, for me, what staff would like guidance on. Keep it high level. So I think you said square footage,
Yep.
check. Bedrooms is the next thing.
Yep.
And then what other high level stuff you need guidance on?
I think if you want the tree canopy coverage, that's a good one to know up front. And that's, I don't have an issue with that one at all. Just want to make sure we're clear on what that means. And I'm assuming, just like our ordinance, when it speaks to required tree canopy in commercial site development, we don't have it for residential, we have it for commercial. It's assuming a tree canopy at full maturity. Okay, so we would have to take what the average, say for example, an oak tree, at full maturity, what the crown size is going to be, and
So now we're gonna tell them what type of
figure out the
trees?
doesn't have to be the type of, well, in some ways,
As long as it's not
they,
pine.
they would need to,
Stand
to
up
let
pine
us
tree.
know up front in order to do that proper calculation,
Yeah, I know.
what the tree would be.
Well, I mean, that's the
And then
onus
we'd
is
have
on
to wait
them.
30 years for it to be full maturity.
I will not be here.
Do what now?
I won't be here.
I'm not familiar with tree canopy coverage. Could we have an expert speak on that so I can be a little bit?
Yeah, me too.
I don't think, our building official.
Chris
is-
he is the expert too. I'm telling you,
So-
he gave me the.
So tree canopy, okay, so let's use an example of an oak tree. It's got a crown on the top, okay? And so you're taking the circumference of that crown and you have an area, okay? And the proposal as we're talking about it means that the crown is gonna cover at least 20% of the lot, whether it's one crown, two crowns, however many trees it takes to cover 20% of the particular lot in question.
So we're making people have trees in their yards.
Yes, if they don't have them already, if it's a cleared lot, they would have to plant trees.
However,
Oh.
let's look at down the road. This is just my question. and then something happens to the tree in nature of an act of God and ruins their house, and say, City of Hopewell told me I need to have 20% of this.
Put the tree back.
Yeah, I don't think there's any
How much it costs
liability
to-
issue there. But
No.
my concern with
Not
something like a tree
expensive.
canopy
It's a
requirement is twofold. One, it literally, it would take 30 years to know whether they're in compliance.
Yeah, I mean,
And two, what happens if they're not in compliance? We have to remember, conditional use permits are recorded with the deed at the courthouse. It's a
Right.
legal document.
Right?
So I don't know of any enforcement authority or anything like that when it comes to something like a tree
Trees
canopy
out.
coverage, just because of the time and the subjectability, if that's a word.
And the measurement, right?
It
How do you
sounds like
measure
the
what
trees
Right.
20%
out.
I think
is?
it's, I like the concept, but I struggle with how
I do
you,
too, but I do.
how
yes.
you,
How you get there.
Sounds like the
Enforce
tree
it.
is out, Johnny.
well,
I understand what we're trying to do it
well,
for. and
General
for
Assembly
that,
requires you
but-
10% anyway.
But you
And
want
that- and that's-
20%.
Right. I mean, you think about it.
So whatever
You're
they
trying,
say.
you go and you install trees, and then one, overall, it improves your stormwater drainage. It's going to improve your air quality for a city that already has air quality issues. And then on top of that, when you have shade on your house, it's going to lower your utility bill. So you're paying for it up front, and it's just going to do nothing but just add value later on down the road. I mean, do I expect, 30 years if, the tree gets struck by lightning, that the city's going to come down and drop a hammer on them because they didn't plant a tree back? Probably not.
No, yeah,
And
no
I
matter what
agree
we
with
ever-
all of what you said, and I understand why you're asking for it.
Let's,
But I think we're getting into a point where, what if somebody doesn't want trees? They don't care about the environment or anything. They don't want to rake
Well, we won't-
leaves. They don't want to do this. They
Oh,
don't want to
well.
do that. And
We'll make
it's
them
their
think about
property.
the
I mean, you know
environment.
what I'm saying?
Well,
I
yeah.
understand why you're doing it, and those are all good. But do we start making requirements on people's properties for
it's
that?
all about.
So the other thing
Yeah,
thing
we will
is,
come.
Mr. Ward and I did have a conversation of how we're going to enforce that.
How?
So we're not going, exactly, how do you enforce that? How do you regulate who's checking, right? What manpower we have to make sure they continue to have that 20% coverage?
I won't be here in 30 years
I will be-
to do it.
I will
But
probably,
you know what?
I don't think I'll be
The
here in
intent of it-
10.
But no, but the intent of it is to cover the yard for your great-great-grandchildren. So it doesn't even matter about if we're not here. They gonna be here. So I said that jokingly, but I'll be 99.
Is anybody
But I
against,
think it's a good idea now, because it's environmental, it helps my great-grandchildren if the tree matures to its full bloom.
okay, does
And I want-
anybody oppose to the tree canopy?
I am, yeah, I am.
I'm not,
I oppose to the tree canopy.
I'm not. I'm
All right.
for it.
What happens if the roots go underneath their house, mess up their foundation, all because I'd rather focus on the laws to prevent the toxins going in the air from these plants than to force people to plant trees
That'll help too.
right now at their house.
We can
I'm
just go ahead.
saying.
Miss Holloway has something to say. And then we're just gonna go ahead and have an open conversation if that's okay with council. But please don't fight or go on top of each other. And we'll have to revert back.
I feel that, a person, I feel that that's your property and nobody should mandate what goes on your property, because people pay taxes, in reference to their property. That's just how I feel in reference to it.
Mr.
But even though it can have amenities with environmental and factors like that, but they should have a choice, that's what I think, not mandated.
Can I just make a recommendation for consideration on that? So, with the tree canopy question, or requirement. So a lot, let's just say, we're planning on building and a particular lot area is gonna go for development for building homes, right? And let's just say that that particular lot area naturally, by its natural state, already has all of this green vegetation, trees and everything in it. My suggestion would be that instead of making this more requirement, hey, you have to plant a tree, when you look at lots that are gonna be purchased for construction, that you make it a requirement that when they're clearing the lot to place the home, that you can't clear the entire lot, you must maintain then a minimum of what was originally natural to that piece of land as the requirement, and then establish what that minimum will be to try to keep it somewhat in its natural state before you build on it.
I wholeheartely
that.
agree.
That's
That's what they do in Williamsburg.
I mean,
That's actually part of the statute.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
You can go ahead after.
Yes.
Element 4 and 5, it talks about conformity to existing, so you gotta be a little careful about mandating
Right.
if it doesn't
That's
conform
right.
to the existing.
But the way I would sell that me, and if you were telling me and you're telling me that that's written in the law as a requirement of that, me as the person that wants to invest and buy that land and build, what I'm getting from that is, hey, look, I have city leadership, whatever, that care about the environment, and they want to preserve some of the benefits of the environment while they're still allowing me to build. I just need to comply with those things and be
Right.
somewhat environmentally friendly or whatever with the rest of the leadership. That's how I would take that. If you ask me to build and then tell me, hey, make sure that you don't take 20% of these natural trees that are already here and stuff like that, because we're trying to protect the environment. You can build all you want
That
in
makes
this
more
square footage,
sense.
but don't
Yeah,
take
I
that.
mean, the tree canopy is a tree canopy. How you slice it and dice it is,
Right.
you know, beyond me. I mean, if you've got, you know, a big, beautiful, you know, mature oak, and it covers 10, 20, 30%, whatever, that's all I care about.
Right.
Because that in and of itself is gonna do a lot more
Cut down every
than
pine.
planting, you know, cut that tree down
Right.
and then go plant something small.
I'm so
Okay,
confused. If it's
Mr.
already a requirement, then what are we talking
Give
about?
me one second,
We're
Mr.
talking about taking it from 10 to 20%.
I just wanted to make a statement to remember that most of these conditional use permits are on lots that are non-conforming.
Right.
And there's size problems with bedrooms, square footages. The lot's already small. It's gonna be hard enough to get a house in there to start. So just keep that.
That's a good point.
Isn't
Not
it-
really for the tree canopy, it's for the bedrooms, the square footage. It's kind of like a general, statement.
Yeah. That's good.
As long as there are no pine trees on the lot, I'm okay with it. I hate a
You
pine.
ain't getting much coverage on that thing.
What's the
Pine
purpose
trees
of
are-
a pine tree anyway?
One last, I would say, is more of a high-level condition would be if you have an issue with whether a house is built on slab or foundation. I mean, that's kind of a basic.
Johnny?
Well, you know, all I'm gonna say, because you've got a business owner right now in downtown Hopewell that had an old building that was built on a slab and ran its utility lines through the slab, and guess what? That collapsed, and now he's gonna have to go and jack through concrete
Yep.
and replace it. Tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
So,
I agree.
So if something basic
you
like a
do-
crawl space is easy
Yeah.
to manage.
that's what I'll say. If you do a slab, that's fine, but don't run the utilities through the slab.
That would also help our public works department as well, so we're not
Yeah.
actually, anything
Yeah,
about
I'm
it when
just-
it's connected
I'm
to the
just throwing
city,
it out
right?
there.
I agree with Vice Mayor.
So how, you were right that, to say that no slabs, I mean, how, you were right that in the ordinance, I mean, in the cup.
None of this gets written in the ordinance.
Not the ordinance, the cup,
Yeah, these would be
the conditions
conditions that would be
acceptable.
made known to the applicant at the time of application.
Okay.
That's kind of the idea here.
And if you
Yeah.
can make a foundation, I'm just saying this from a maintenance standpoint
Mhm.
because my father is a plumber, HVAC electrician. The more sizable that you can make the the crawl space and the foundation, and it's the easier your handyman can get in there and fix stuff, the cheaper it's going to be for him in the long run if something should happen. Don't make it so
But most
tight.
builders don't care about what happens 10 years from now.
Oh, I'm looking
Oh,
out
I-
after the resident. That's
Oh,
all.
I know you are, but I'm telling you, the way they built houses back then, they didn't care anything about 20 years from now. They just want their money. But I'm glad some people are, but not all of them.
So is there like a majority that agree with that, so he can have that in his second bullet point?
Is anyone opposed?
Well, so can we say something about the crawl space so to make sure it's sufficient that people can get in and do repairs?
Yeah, if there's a
I
consensus.
Like I said, I'm in favor of it.
I mean, a certain length, so people can manage. You won't be,
like a certain height on crawl
Yes.
space? Is that,
Yes, sir, what,
Mr. Building Official, is that?
Code already stipulates.
Right.
it does, okay,
Thank
good.
you.
Okay.
That's,
You have a minimum of 12 inches from the bottom of your.
12 inches, 12,
Only
1
12.
foot.
that's,
But
Not
most
much.
people are 5 feet at least. Four-
The code sets a minimum standard.
No.
if your head can fit, your body can fit.
I'm getting old and fat now. We need more than 12 inches.
Yes, we do.
That's
Okay,
my
well,
recommendation. I'm
That's
just-
gonna be a different, because that's in
Yeah.
a regulation already
I'm
that
just-
we have to look at as well.
But that's not, we're not gonna
We
go
can't
with
say
12
that
inches,
to-
are we? That's a midget. Beyond.
Are you supposed to say that word?
No.
What's wrong
No,
with midget?
those are usually the apprentices that are the young, skinny kids that they make go under there, because that's what happens, because mine has that much after they put in
Well, they
the
need at least
ductwork.
4, 3 feet.
And that's what they do. They always get the young, skinny kid to go under there.
I didn't know that.
And that's minimal. I mean, it's always.
Right.
Like I said, I'm just,
So what was the determination, to leave it alone or to do something
We
about it?
can't, can we do it?
I mean, I'd increase it. I mean, go back and, see, what, it would look like. And I mean, we can, certainly ask, Mr. Hawks and, get his opinion. But I mean, I'm just saying, just from personal experience and having to crawl underneath houses, there's gonna come a time and a point where I get too big and I can't fit.
But why would
And-
you go
Well, we
under
I'm just-
there?
I don't know that we can make it more than what the regulation already says. Our code already says 12 inches, the regular code.
I don't see
So
why we
now
can't
we're gonna
improve
We can.
the conditional use is gonna be bigger.
Let's just say this.
I mean,
If that's the if that's something, that's a recommendation of council, Mr. Ward does have to go back. We have to look at the there's a lot of layers that we have to
yeah,
make
you gotta
sure.
research it. I mean, like I said, I'm just throwing my ideas out there.
Just because it's a minimum code, y'all can make it anything.
Yeah, we can change
We
it.
can change the code, but we have
Right,
to change the
that's what I'm
code. We
saying.
can't have a code and then have a more,
Raise building standards.
I'm in favor of researching it to make it bigger in the code.
please
You
research.
know what? Right there.
There's a pen.
Just for general information is, I've done some research, just because of some recent problems that I had on my house that was built in 2013. Okay, by a particular building agency. And today, and no disrespect intended to the builder here, but still today, in 2022, we are building to codes from the 50s and the 60s and the 70s on how we still build regular stick homes today. Okay, those standards have not changed. If you don't believe me, go online and search it. It's out there. There's plenty of building professionals that want the codes across our nation to be changed, and they don't understand why we're still building to building standards that are all the way back to 50s, 60s, and the 70s, because they don't meet the requirements for today. For example, my entire HVAC system in my home was destroyed because of humidity in the crawl space. Okay? Virginia is a very humid state. I had to dig in my pocket to fix that problem, and the way that crawl spaces should be, again, no pun intended, they should be sealed and ventilated crawl spaces to avoid humidity, because your HVAC system, besides your home, is your next biggest investment in your home when it goes bad. 10, 11, 12, 15 grand to replace one. I just had to do that on a home that's only 9 years old.
Wow.
That was my personal experience, and it was all because of humidity. Okay, and it doesn't matter, they say, hey, in the summertime, make sure you open all your little vents so it'll breathe. No, more humidity will get in your crawl space. The problem is they're not ventilated for the environmental conditions of where we live at in order for it to stay dry. Okay, so just keep that in consideration when we're talking about maybe looking at changing some things in code, because we're still building against old building code standards in America as a whole.
Well, we're not changing anything in the code. So the building officials referring to the Virginia maintenance, not the maintenance code, but the building code, USBC.
And we just came back from Kentucky and we're working on the 2021, so the codes are up to date, and there are a lot of changes happening.
And that's the building code, not the city code. It's building code, just so we're all clear. So I think the two that you all agreed upon was the minimal clearance of lots, right?
Yes.
And no slab construction.
I think there was enough
Yeah.
people that said they were
Larger than-
interested in looking at the crawl space. thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't go with that one just yet.
Yeah, and then the one that I was bringing up is the bedrooms. Seriously, I'm gonna pick on Ms. Pelham every single time we have one of these things. She always asks, can you fit a queen size, king size bed? Can you fit a dresser in the room? It's every single time we have one of them.
Now,
So is there like a standard
So-
size?
again, the USBC sets minimum sizes for bedrooms. It has to be a certain size to even qualify as a bedroom.
It has
I don't
to-
know what that is.
You have to
but
have a closet or.
5x5.
It's small, yeah.
It's really small.
It
Can we
is
get some
small.
if council's cool with it, can we get some suggestions about what our small, what should
Well,
be?
why don't you guys come to my house? I have one bedroom that's very small.
Nah.
It's like very small. I'll show you what it looks
I
like.
guess what is the, can we have recommendations about what you think would be a good size to be, where we shouldn't go below?
I know you said 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, but.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about literally the size of the room,
but
the
if
bedroom.
house- If the lot is small and the square footage has to be small, I would rather have 2 bigger bedrooms than 3 small bedrooms. So that's why I was getting to your point.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you try for a 12 by 12 minimum, but that's not always the case.
Okay, so to your point, thank you for that explanation. I'm sorry about that. To your point, can you give us the recommendations of what you think would be the small, but depending on what you said about if we're having 3, 2, 1?
My opinion is minimum 12 by 12 minimum. And that's still small.
It is. 11 by 11 is smaller.
Yeah, the houses y'all seen, can they get 2 bedrooms, 12 by 12 in most houses?
Well, but my point is, if you're saying 12 by 12 and you're saying it's still small, then why would you say 12 by 12?
That would be the minimum for like a child's room that I would think.
Oh.
That's not your master bedroom, but I was thinking all bedrooms.
Okay, that's to be the smallest of the two. No.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
Well, we can bring back more information to you on
If
that.
council agrees.
Okay.
Oh, I'm fine with it.
Just an opinion.
I know,
Okay.
but we respect your
Yeah,
opinion.
we try.
Bill.
That's all I had on conditional use permits. If you all had something additional. Otherwise, we'll move on to the final item.
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, why are houses built with no back door? If they don't have a back door, are they required to have a side? I've seen a house that only has one door.
Yeah, I don't
On
believe
one
that
end.
meets building code. I think
You're only required to have
One?
one egress door.
Dang.
Now, most always have 2, but the windows in the bedrooms are also faced into the egress of the
Yeah,
windows. So
that's
there's
true.
other ways to get out in case of a fire.
But it's only one door required in the home.
Really? I thought it was 2.
No, it's one, because I've seen houses in Hopewell now with one door.
I thought for fire you had to have 2.
And I was thinking,
not for residents, no. Commercial
I have a window.
has its own set egress
That is
requirements.
dangerous.
Yeah, commercial is completely different set of requirements, but residential, he's saying only one door, but windows count as part of that egress,
If
I
you
know.
can fit through it.
if you can fit through it.
exactly.
There's guidelines for the window sizes to meet egress.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
But if,
Like I said, I'm all in favor of at least 2 doors on a house.
2. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't think we've had any CUPs come through with just one door. What I did notice was very, very few windows, which I try to inform people on the front end. You need to have more windows. But you'll see a lot of these plans that are coming through with very few windows. That's a cost-saving
So
measure, I
we-
think.
great example, Crescent Avenue.
Can we?
Yeah, that had not enough windows.
Would you, I know we've agreed on larger than average house
Yes,
size.
yes.
Minimal, when they're clearing the lot, minimal, what did we decide on, 10 or 20%? Was it
I
20?
said 20% all the way.
Did you say 10%?
No,
20%, you're okay?
I just suggested how to keep that
Yeah.
20%.
Yeah, that's what I like your, okay.
So instead of
that's
minimal
20.
lot clearance, we were calling it something else or describing it a different way?
It's a replacement.
No, I just offered a different suggestion, instead of
Mandating
mandating
it,
it
yeah.
of, you have to plant a tree to
Right.
cover
Yeah.
20% of your yard.
Leave a tree.
You-
Use what's naturally there or
Yeah.
whatever, and when you're clearing the lot, make sure that you
Yeah.
maintain a minimum of that 20%.
And I think we all
that's
agree.
natural
20%,
already.
got it.
Yeah, we agreed with that. I just wasn't sure whether we had said 20 or 10. So 20 it is. And the last one, what was the last one?
I think we said we wanted to look into crawl space.
So we're not gonna do the
Yeah, no.
overhang or the brick foundation?
We are gonna do overhang.
Yeah. I thought
The
we
brick
talked about that.
No,
foundation.
we didn't say over.
And the brick foundation is already there, isn't it?
Well, our ordinance currently states you cannot, and this whole brick foundation thing came around because some of the houses I was seeing come through had block foundation.
Yeah.
Our ordinance does not permit you to have a bare block foundation.
Right.
You can parge it, you can paint it, but it can't be bare block.
Right.
And so to avoid the option of a builder painting it or parging it, I was suggesting brick.
Brick.
Yeah.
And I
veneer.
think we'll all agree to that, won't we? If it
Yes.
fits with the style of the house, we would prefer to have a block foundation, have a brick overlay than just painted block. Is that agreeable or no?
No, I say brick all the time.
Brick.
It's less maintenance.
Yeah, but if it doesn't meet with the style of the house, then it creates.
Then they'll
I don't
make the
think there's
style
a-
of the house
yeah, I
meet
don't
the
think
brick.
there's a style house that a block foundation would look better than a brick foundation.
Me either.
That's just my opinion.
Mr. Ward, do you agree?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I can't-
That's fine.
in terms of foundation, I can't think of.
Okay, so always a brick
Style.
foundation, we're gonna agree on?
And, of course, these are situations where maybe somebody does bring a house design that, for whatever reason, brick doesn't work. We can still inform you of that as we go through the
Right.
process, and you can determine at that time whether
But
it's
you know ahead of
appropriate.
time that most of the time, we're
Correct.
gonna want a brick foundation.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And what about, Johnny, what about the overhang? What did we decide on that?
I still say go with 8 to 12 inches. That's my opinion. At
Why
least
you
know.
think
I
about
think
it?
majority said no.
No, they didn't.
Yes, yes, it did.
Yeah,
Who
they
was the
did.
majority?
I just wanna double check to make sure we're
No,
still
what-
there.
I did.
I did.
I did.
Because
And I
if you're thinking about the drainage, look at when the water spouts through that overhanging, it goes out to the street and to the yard.
So you gotta make the house
There's-
smaller
there's
in order
other-
to get a big, so you want a bigger house, but you're gonna make if the lot is a certain size, you're gonna make the house smaller and the.
There's other
You see what I'm
drainage
saying? It's
requirements.
just like, if you have a house,
No,
you
I
barely can put anything on the
The
property
overhang
you
is
have
not
now.
gonna increase the size of the house, is it?
It's gonna look like a hat.
Only
Yeah.
on some designs.
It helps your house not to be,
Is there anybody in favor of this?
Yep, I'm in favor of 8 to 12 inches of overhang.
How many opposed? The consensus is in the majority.
We're opposed to,
Okay, so no
no more
overhang.
talking about the overhang.
Mr. Ward, can
Okay.
you just go
Then we're
through
still
your
waiting on
notes
motion.
about what we have agreed to do?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
and that's what I was
Might as well
trying to
put it
do,
in
I'm
there.
sorry.
No,
And the
it's okay.
driveway, I think we voted against or for?
Against.
Again,
Against,
It
okay.
don't matter to me on the driveway.
Okay, so,
I care
that-
more about the
all
overhang.
right. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I was not missing anything.
Okay, I've got minimal clearance of lots to leave at least 20% vegetative coverage,
okay.
okay? Brick foundation,
Yeah.
And that's it.
No.
Crawl space.
We have the square footage.
we had
Yes,
this, the
larger
square
than
We already
footage.
said that,
No, I'm saying
nothing
he's
less
going
than
over it
average.
to make
Okay.
sure.
Yeah, that
So
should have been
square
number
footage,
one, was
brick
the square
foundation,
footage.
okay. Those are the only things we said
Those are the
yes.
three I think that everybody's been in agreement with.
Yes, sir.
And then
Those three.
there's 4 research items.
Yeah, we're gonna look at crawl space versus slab, right? We're gonna look at, bedroom sizes.
And then at my notes, I was gonna circle back to, you made a comment about the doors, and I think there was enough comments like, whoa.
Oh, yeah, 2
You
doors.
look at the
doors.
2 doors in a
Yeah.
house. 2 ingress.
It's in the house,
egress.
we just
And
want
then I was just gonna add this, and the council agrees with it or not, you made a comment about windows, I think that stood out to me. Is there a recommendation there with the minimum?
again, I think that's dependent upon the design. You really have to look at a floor plan.
Okay, so scratch.
Yeah,
So
to make
just
sure,
doors.
you can sit there and go, oh, yeah, there should be a window on that wall, but when you look on the floor plan and you see, oh, there's a shower right there, you can't put a window there.
Okay. So really doors
So I
are
think
on
that's
the
on a
wall.
case-by-case basis.
Okay.
Okay, I think we covered all that.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
We're gonna move on to the last item. Or I did want to, actually, before we move on to that, there's one last thing here with conditional use, and that is, it was started with my predecessor, Ms. Griffin, was working closely with the building official, Mr. Hawks. Other localities have a situation where on these small non-conforming lots, where they change their ordinance and they allow an administrative approval process if you agree to build one of a set of pre-approved house designs. So basically, you would see these designs up front, you would approve of them as acceptable designs in terms of everything, size, material, massing, all that stuff. And if someone came in and instead of going through this process, the conditional use process as we have today, Planning Commission and Council, if they agree to build one of these houses, they skip that process and they go straight to an administrative approval.
Okay.
Ms. Griffin started this. Mr. Hawks has been working actually on some building designs. These are two that he's come up with, trying to think of homes that are aesthetically pleasing and fit within the types of homes that we already have in Hopewell. Are y'all able to see this? Because these are
Yes,
just
sir.
cut off.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, ours cut off. And of course, things, Todd, you don't have floor plans for these, is that right? So there's a little bit of flexibility with a builder on a floor plan, but we could,
Actually, we wanted to develop the floor plans that y'all like. There was, we have the required amount of bedrooms that you would like. Really what we're trying to do is come up with different designs that y'all like. We would like your input on some more that you would like to see, kind of fit the basis of the different subdivisions here in Hopewell.
I don't know if we want to go with the floor plan more as the aesthetic, the curb appeal. Because everyone, as a home buyer, I don't want to be restricted to a certain type of floor plan because I'm moving to the city. You have to make it work for you, right? I mean, is everybody in favor of just the aesthetic on the outside, or are you in favor of having that?
well, what we'd like to ask tonight is, first of all, do you like the concept of this administrative approval on a pre-approved house
Yes.
design?
Yes.
It
Yes.
saves work
No, I
for
like this
staff, it
design.
saves work for you all, number one.
Doesn't that kind of contradict the conditional use? So how do you align that with meeting the elements of Article 21? I mean, you gotta explain.
You just add another,
Meaning that, like, conditional use, you gotta meet all the elements of Article 21.
Right,
You're gonna have pre-approved,
yep.
and you're making an administrative decision. By law, you still have to,
No, we changed the ordinance.
so okay, so you would change.
The ordinance would have to be changed to allow for this
That's what
program.
we'll bring back
City
to us.
council will have to amend.
You all it will start with you all amending the ordinance,
Right.
and council will. Now, this,
To be clear, we'd have to change the law for that.
Is this calling me?
It's a fairly
what's this?
in-depth process, because you're going away from something that a strict law to a pre-approval process. And that
So-
might be good for getting things in, faster, but the
Because of this,
article-
yeah, because that's a city code and the local government made that, created that. And so like we were talking about before, we have to look at if things are changing, that's what council needs to become aware of so that we can make sure that our codes follow in line with permits, anything that falls underneath that. So that's why we're here.
Yeah.
I would also put forward that I understand that these houses are not gonna fit in every neighborhood. So for example, City Point, this would not be allowed in certain neighborhoods, this type of administrative program. just like the Cedar, you may recall the Cedar Lane one we just had,
Yeah.
where the proposed house looked nothing like what was on Cedar Lane, and Planning Commission voted to deny that application. Again, we would have to put some parameters around this to address the issues that Commissioner Butterworth is bringing up. So it wouldn't be a blanket program. But I just wanted to make you aware of it, that we were working on it, number one. Number two, if you didn't like it at all, we were going to stop working on it.
Time, effort.
But if you would like to see more of this, then we'll continue to put something together for you to consider later down the road.
Is this gonna be something?
Mr. Reynolds has something to say.
I'm sorry, Chris, I'm very much opposed to this. This would start putting houses on 5,000 and 6,000 square foot lots without any review by the planning commission to see if it fits within the comprehensive plan, if it fits within future planning. We have a comprehensive plan that tells us about doing land banking and doing traditional neighborhood development and things, where if we're just automatically approving every little house on every little lot, we're completely ignoring it.
Well, but you put that in your stipulation that you won't approve a 5,000 to 6,000 square. You know what I'm saying? You put that in the administrative guideline to say that you would not approve, because I surely wouldn't, anything that's less than such and such, so that you won't put little small houses all over the city. Because people always remind us we only have 11 square miles, but every time I turn around, it's another house going somewhere. And that's been 18 years, and we were supposed to have been filled up 18 years ago. And I know we built hundreds of houses since then.
Well, for me, it just seems like, Chris, maybe you need to go back and work with the planning commission before y'all come to us. Because
Right, so the whole ordinance needs to be, it hasn't even been drafted yet. So
Right.
the idea is other localities do establish guidelines and guardrails in their ordinance. So I just wanted to put this in front of you, first of all, to make you aware that this was something Ms. Griffin started. We were gonna continue to work on it if you are agreeable to that. We don't have a final product yet to show you.
Do we have to give you an answer tonight?
No, because.
No, I just wanted to sense whether you, I mean, if it was a flat out no, then we would just stop working on it and scrap it.
The reason for this meeting was, we had a few conditional use permits that came here, and then we were asking them
Yep.
to change it once they've already been approved by the commission. So when they get here, we're like, oh, we don't like that. There was a break in communication here, okay? That's the main purpose of this. So let's reel it all in. The problems that we had with the conditional use permits coming to us, square footage, canopies, driveways, curb and gutter, okay? That's what this meeting is for. Everything else, we're opening up the conversation. Now we see there's a break, right? Between our code, between our regulations, between what the expectation is on these permits. Let's reel it all in. This is what we're asking for. The basic was the square footage, the overhang, which we denied.
Hey, you know where my
And-
motions are going.
We did get that. Mr. Carlos had a great recommendation. If it's already there, right? So we can do something like that. Going back and seeing, hey, this is something we can't do because of the regulation, that needs to come back to us on having a different conversation. Because now they've already taken the notes and expectations that we want. And they say, we can and we can't do this. Looking at regulations, if we can do this, we need to change the code. That is where we are, so we need to just put a stop in here, and then we can continue with that as soon as you guys do your research.
Gotcha.
Okay? Are there any other questions?
That's it on conditional use permits. I know Chairman Reynolds did want to speak to you about a couple of things, so he's going to do that now.
We are your planning commission, and I'd like to put an emphasis on the word plan. These cups that come to us at a frequency of about 6 to 10 a year. That's a fairly small number in terms of the number of properties in Hopewell. And I would like to point out that the Planning Commission's responsibility is much more about planning than it is about these CUP approvals. And as the chair of your Planning Commission, that's the direction I'm trying to move the Planning Commission in. We have been holding work sessions since August to prepare to make recommendations to you for the capital improvement plan, because by law, we are supposed to do that. And you are supposed to entertain those recommendations by law. And so we're going to be there for you in January with our recommendations based on implementation ideas related to the 6 priority areas in our city's comprehensive plan. That's our responsibility. That's what we're going to do. The comprehensive plan mentions demonstration projects, and that is on our agenda here. I'd like to speak briefly to that. The city has just received what's known as TAP funds in the last 48 hours. I believe it was $1.5 million to continue with the development of making, well, it's related to the Appomattox River Trail. And among other things, it's going to provide many walkability and bikeability enhancements along Randolph Road. And this is very exciting. This is really good. What I'd like to propose to you, and the Planning Commission, they'll speak up if they're not behind me, but I believe they are. For years, the city has talked about diverting truck traffic around downtown.
Yep.
It would be very easy to send trucks down Winston Churchill to 295 and back up to Route 10 and take all those log trucks off a street where we would like to have people feeling like they can bike and walk without being run over by these trucks plowing through town. The TAP money and rerouting the trucks, which should be almost no expense to the city, because Winston Churchill and 295 are already there. It's the new Hopewell bypass, okay? And what I want to suggest to you, the comp plan calls for demonstration projects, is that with this TAP funding doing these wonderful improvements to the downtown area and diverting truck traffic, I think that, or we think, I'm not speaking for myself, that the city should look at some kind of demonstration project, and VDOT has a number of possibilities that I can point you to. They have a webpage with about a dozen different things. I've got 1 or 2 printouts of it, where we could develop a very nice kind of crossing area where pedestrians control who uses the road. They push a button, the traffic stops. And they get to walk their bike across the street, or they get to walk without their bike. We're going through the comp plan, and the comp plan makes very clear that the downtown area, which the comp plan expands to City Point and the area, the medical center and the marina area. So it includes all 4 of those as the expanded downtown. This kind of development would make the use of downtown, what I'm proposing with the TAP funds and the truck rerouting and doing some things that are Hopewell specific here to enhance pedestrian and bicyclist use of the road, and the downtown area would do much more for economic development in the downtown area than hoping that someone who comes in and establishes a business in the downtown area can survive when we're not really providing good pedestrian access to that area. So we have a tremendous opportunity here right now that might not cost Hopewell anything more than developing something like this to show, a show of faith that we're really happy with these TAP funds and we're looking to improve the Randolph Road area. The comp plan calls for paying very much attention to our medical center. We would like to keep them. The Planning Commission is working very hard to figure out ways that we can keep the medical center here. And they're going to want to expand if we're going to keep them here. And so we need to have plans in place, we're working on that right now, to allow for them to build residences or rental units for locums and visiting interns and the kinds of things that happen with a thriving medical center. And for physicians' offices and things like that. We're looking at that possibility. People need to be able to cross Randolph Road to get to those things. There's no space on the hospital campus to do that. So this would be another reason that we would want to do these kinds of improvements to improve the ability for people to cross Randolph Road. We are looking at those kinds of things. You will see us in January with our recommendations for the capital improvement plan. Again, I'm sorry to bring the state law down, but the state law says we're supposed to be sitting at the table with you talking about the capital improvement plan. We're going to do that, and we're going to bring you our recommendations. You get to decide whether you like them or not, but we're going to bring you those recommendations, and we're working on that. But with all we've worked on trying to fulfill what the comp plan tells us about developing this broader downtown area, this is a tremendous opportunity. This $1.5 million is a big spark for the city, and I'd like to see us take advantage of it. Again, we would like to see us take advantage of it to the fullest extent. It would be wonderful for the downtown area. Please consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more comments?
So is he saying there'll be no more trucks on Route 10?
I would.
I
Definitely,
think
it's in
logger, like the logger trucks, the 18-wheeler trucks, I think they're talking about moving those trucks, like a regular,
What
residential
about the
truck.
ones that go to the plants?
I'm sorry?
The ones that go to all the plants as well?
Right, and also the ones that, just use Route 10 as a pass-through, like they're going to Prince George
Okay.
or Surrey, all that area down there.
Okay, so I think we're good. We have and then we'll meet again. At least we got the conversation open.
Just wanted to thank you all for meeting tonight. I know everyone's got very busy schedules, so thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
For serving.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much. Yeah, you guys are awesome.
You need a motion for adjournment?
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Not tonight. I'll go home today. I'll go home tonight.
Tree canopy number 1.
Bye-bye.
Have a good evening.
No,